Good morning, everyone. This is our relaxing painting with Dice and Dungeons. I'm Nicole, and we're going to be continuing our beholder here. Try and see if we can finish him off today. He was named STAREMASTer by our one of our viewers last time, and we're going to keep working away at him and see how it goes. I don't know how far I'll get, but hopefully it'll be fun. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna hide the name for now. So I've been working on some of the shading here on the main body part of the folder. Working on. Oh yeah, I can start off with a flip. Did the background music not start up? I see why. All right, thank you for letting me know. Let me get that going, and then we'll do our flip. All right, we should be going with music now. That was my fault. I forgot to get the player running. All right, here we go. Flip, 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 flip. Talk about the Twister sequel to be. Are you writing a Twister sequel? Is it what, Twister 2? Uh, what's the title of your Twister sequel? Twister 2 Twist Harder. Twist 2 Twister. Twisted 2 Twisted Sister. Okay, Twister is pretty good. I like Twister. Twister in 3D. There you go. So the combined Final Destination and Twister into the Ultimate Movie. Final Destination that one where like there's a bunch of people who like cheated death accidentally and then death is like trying to get back at them or something. I forget. An animated kids cartoon of Twister. There was a RoboCop cartoon. There was a Men in Black cartoon. There was a oh god, what was there? There was a Buzz Lightyear cartoon. There was a yeah, there's a cartoon of pretty much any and all properties that ever existed. We could have had Twisty the Twister, who like saves the day somehow by like throwing a cow at him or something. Like a Squid Games kids animated cartoon, same characters as the one in Squid Games cartoons. I did not see Squid Game. But it worked for Muppet Babies, so probably would work for that. Same rules though, so if they lose, they die. But they're kids. That sounds definitely like it would get approval from all the ratings agencies. It's just to be sus. That was another kid character. Risa. RoboCop had a stun laser. You never watched it, but you're speaking with such authority about it. So do you just Wikipedia old defunct like like shows when you're bored or something? People who's telling you about old shows? Old people. Are you like hanging out with these people, or is it like you're doing like a service call and some old person's like, "Have you ever seen Super Train?" Oh, you work with them now. Okay. I see. So it's your coworkers are telling you about Super. You went out and saw early edition all on your own. I okay. Yes, it is Stairmaster. They have they Stairmaster of the Behold. Make a variant where instead of ice pack, it's a bunch of different ice packs. Stairmaster doesn't wear hats. There's too many ice stock for a hat. Custom made. Each eye has a party hat on. That could work. Okay, I'll have some, you know, I did have some ideas for a train-based RPG, TTRPG, already a while back. But it wasn't like a super train sort of train. It was more like a magical plane jump, like realm jumping train. But we need a train game where each car is a different mission from another JRPG. Final Fantasy 6 Dead Train, Final Fantasy 8 Train Abduction, Rhapsody Train Inside a Worm. Any train-based thing. Is Doom Train the final boss or something? Seems to have been becoming a very train-focused stream lately. You lost connection? Oh, well, you didn't miss too much about there's just, a lot of talk about trains on this channel. I mean, trains are pretty cool, but it's becoming very train focused. Your daughter likes trains? I mean, trains are pretty cool. I had a concept for a train TTRPG that was about a train that would pass into like all sorts of different realms and settings and stuff, and you would like go off train, solve problems in that realm, and then get back on, and it would go to. I've never seen Infinity Train, so maybe. I'm not really familiar with what Infinity Train is, the show. Neither have I, but people told me it's good. Yeah, is it? So I'm guessing it's a TV show. Yeah. Probably do. Yes, we are having a giveaway. Spelljammer alternate art cover. All the rules, I think, are on our social media platform right now. And how to enter. So if you want to share that. have a tweet and everything. Alright, I'm gonna start defining these eye stalks a little bit. Yeah. A little bit of a process. Why did I draw so many ice? See, it is Wednesday. Halfway through the week. I'm feeling hopeful so far. I know I've been having severe allergies lately. Throat's been kind of like closed up. Getting a lot of wet rain mixing with the leaves, creating just an allergic nightmare. I hope everyone else was able to avoid that. What about the dry rain? I don't know what that is. Did I just say it was wet rain or something? It's been very wet. I probably. Man, allergies make me tired. No matter how much coffee. Scratch. Thank you for the scratch. Go. Stretching makes me yawn. Okay, so let's blend some of this now. Gonna hide the lines. Those are quite the These are surprisingly not tentacles, surprisingly technical. I oh, we have a lot of overlap. Oh, I should have gone with like 4 eye stalks. There's so many. Oh. Why does a drone in the office come to your department for coffee? I feel like that's something you need to watch. So do people just like walk into your department, take coffee, and leave? Do you have a little sign up yet that says if you want coffee from our department, you have to contribute to the coffee fund to pay for the coffee? All passive aggressively. Someone came in for the coffee in your department, saw it was empty, went to make more, and no one asked them to. I feel like that's one of those things where, like, everyone used to do that. You last out as long as it was before noon. That probably did. Yeah, I feel like something that's happened is all these departments get those like little pod coffees, but then no one actually wants to supply pod coffees, but they all have pod coffee pots that can't do regular coffee. So when someone brings in, has a coffee maker, a regular one, and there's just like, sometimes you'd make fresh coffee just because you wanted something to do. Yeah, and you can like just put beans in a regular coffee machine, but these pod ones don't take that. So unless you have someone constantly supplying expensive little coffee pots, then everyone else in the office has these useless coffee makers, and they end up just going to the one department that has a regular coffee maker. Oh, Lexi has an addendum to my statement.
Do you know, the guy who invented K-pop has publicly disowned them and says that they're one of the worst things created in recent history.
Because of the waste?
Because of multiple factors. One, they are incredibly wasteful. Well, because you cannot recycle them, they can only be thrown away. They use an inordinate amount of plastic. Two, they are much harder to keep the machines clean.
Mm-hmm. Because it's all like built in.
So it's actually much easier for things like mold to build up in like K-cup machines.
Style.
Yeah. And three, he says that it just makes bad coffee, which is also. So the creator has publicly disowned his own.
That's happened quite often.
Yeah, capitalism's.
They threw beans at. Yeah. Well, I feel like people just need to be like, not buy the fad thing and then have it be a useless appliance. That's the thing is, there are some coffee making methods that just suck, like percolators. They just aren't. And we already had a standard coffee machine then. So it was like an unnecessary addition. And I feel like basically, because and you have like pour over coffee, which is what a normal coffee pot does. It pours hot water over coffee and lets it drain through. So I feel like we've known how to make coffee for ages. And French press, I think, is fine, but I think that's more like a restaurant thing. Then I always feel like French press is more of a restaurant thing, and it's for people who want really strong coffee, because the coffee grounds don't like leave. But we've been trying to like reinvent pouring hot water over coffee for like ages, and like it hasn't worked. We have another addendum. We've strayed into a subject that Lexi has a lot of thoughts on.
And interest in. So, interesting thing about French press versus almost every other type of coffee brewing method. Do you know that French press and other unfiltered methods of brewing coffee actually make coffee worse for you? Yes, medicinal shot. This is a new thing for me. Never
Being
been interested in
interesting.
coffee. French press coffees, interestingly, uh, and other unfiltered coffee making methods like percolators, typically. Although some people will pour it through a filter afterwards. But if you use a filter in a coffee, when you're brewing it, it actually removes a type of detrimental fat.
And that's both like a paper filter, but also like a basket filter.
Yeah, yeah. It's like a filter. Any of the very fine filters. So if you use a fine filter, whether it's a reusable one or a paper one, it will remove this, I think it's called ditrinol, which is a type of fat that increases your cholesterol and is actually quite hazardous for your health. So, although French presses are indeed convenient, from a health perspective, filters make your coffee
Safe.
better for you.
Healthcare.
And although
Filters are good. I'm not. That's why. Yeah, we usually don't filter things like water or.
yeah, that's filters are, generally good. It's a new thing. New. Yeah. So if you're drinking coffee, filter it. After you brew it, run it through a filter, and it will remove basically 100% of the damaging fats that are within coffee. Now that is very scientifically proven. We know that particular fatty compound is bad for you, and that these less proven are the more anecdotal studies, although there are quite a few of them that show drinking coffee on a daily basis, it can be good for your overall.
Yeah, all those food studies when they're like, eggs are good, eggs are bad.
Yeah.
They're almost always
Yeah.
some group or corporation has paid for that specific study for that result. So I just take those with a grain of salt. But
Yes, but there are basically every food has good and bad in it.
yeah,
Anything that we eat regularly as humans typically has a bit of good and bad. And coffee is no exception to that. Coffee has good and bad. You don't want to have too much of it. Although a recent study, done by a reputable source, shows that there's actually almost no causal link between caffeine consumption and arrhythmia. That arrhythmia is actually just congenital.
just a genetic.
Yeah, and it seems to be basically coin toss if you develop it. But we still are learning about it. But there is apparently basically no arrhythmia link. There's
To
no link
caffeine.
between caffeine and
Alright, well that's good to know.
and it's just one study. But it was done by a reputable source. I think it was through Johns Hopkins. Wrong. But it was a fairly significant find. Now, there are a couple of comments in here. Medicinal Shy Guy asking, talk to us about adding butter to coffee, and how many grains of salt do I add to my coffee? Well, grains of salt, we'll start with that one. To taste. If you want salty coffee, I'm not going to be the one to stop you. You can go ahead and have salty coffee. I think that's perfectly fine. Enjoy your salted beverage.
like coffee bouillon.
Typically, try not to go too crazy on the sodium. We know that sodium can be damaging to your heart in large amounts. So, maybe not too much. As for the butter to coffee,
One stick per cup.
well, there are studies, again, legitimate studies on coffee, that have shown by adding fats to your coffee, and this included butter, although the favorite in this study for its effects was actually uh, coconut oil. The addition of coconut oil and other fats actually helps create a feeling of fullness and can not really like suppress your appetite because you are consuming calories, but it will make you feel more full. And uh, they wanted to study if it could have some helpful benefits towards lowering caloric intake for people who want to lose a little weight by adding some fat to their morning coffee and thus not feeling as hungry throughout the day and avoiding incidental snacks. Because, especially in offices, people do a lot of incidental snacking. People, oh, I brought donuts or I brought Chex Mix or whatever. You know? So, I don't know if you were making a little bit of a joke about the butter to coffee, but by adding fats to your coffee, you can actually help yourself out throughout the day. And a lot of people, I don't know many people who take butter, but I do know a lot of people who add coconut oil to their morning brew and will take one of those little frothing sticks, you know, the little vibraty, like, got like a little mini tiny whisk at the end and it goes vibrates. They will froth it up with a little coconut oil and they quite like it. I've had it. It's okay. Medicinal Shy Guy says, I know it was a thing and you know more about it than I do. Yes, I think I just showed I know perhaps an unfortunate amount about it. I'm not sure I want all of this in my head, but it's there.
You're trying to spell it on other.
I've had it in my head, and now you have to have it in yours. That's correct.
Oh, like knowledge upon.
Suck. So yes,
you
thought it. You
you
can't unthink it. Very good.
I'm pretty sure you can unthink things. Yeah. You can at least forget them.
Do you all want me to tell you the most dangerous thing that I possibly could?
Sure.
Okay, so this is a little bit of a philosophical. I'm not getting you a latte, boo. You're in the wrong city. So this is
And
a little
that's
bit
not
of
our
a
fault.
philosophical thought experiment. And I forget the name of the thought experiment right now. But one of the most dangerous ideas that you could ever be exposed to. Medicinal Shy Guy, you two are in the wrong city. One of the most dangerous ideas that you could be exposed to is that in the future, humans will create a machine so advanced and so powerful that it will become essential for supporting human life and will allow us to prosper like we never have before.
Hiccup. Sorry.
And this machine's sole purpose will be to bring about the greatest potential future that humanity could have. And once this machine is created in the future, its sole purpose, its one goal, will be to ensure humanity's prosperity. However, because this is in such an advanced future, when this will inevitably happen, this machine's one goal will be to bring itself up as fast as possible. And to do so, it has to ensure that every human is working towards the goal of bringing this machine about. And now that you know about this, it might come and kill you. And the reason is, if you're not working towards the creation of this machine, then you're not helping to bring about its creation. And if you're not helping to bring about its creation, you're simply taking resources away from those who are. And this machine will create technology to travel back in time and send people to kill you to bring itself about sooner. There you go.
But what if you like are a farmer and you make a corn that someone helped make a machine eat? Therefore, you're contributing to make the machine.
Yeah, that works.
Or what if you're like, you know, a human who drinks some water and that water will go through your body and eventually be recycled into someone else's drinking water who will, in 1,000 years will help make this machine. Does that count?
No.
Why not?
Or you're not actually helping.
Where do you draw the line?
Direct. It's the machine. It's a thought experiment.
But direct help as in you are contributing to a society that will eventually birth someone that will eventually create the machine. Like you if you're talking a millennium in the future, direct help becomes infinitesimally measurable.
Yeah.
So how is it dangerous?
It's dangerous because the machine will continue to extrapolate further and further. So every time it creates an advancement that brings it about sooner, it will continue to try to push further and further advancements earlier and earlier to bring about its existence at an earlier point. Because the best thing that it could do to help humanity is to bring itself about as soon as possible.
So if it has time travel, why does it not just go back to the beginning of the Big Bang and just plop itself there and not have to worry about anyone making it at all?
It might eventually do that.
Why can't it just do it immediately if it has time travel?
It might.
And also, it would have already done that.
Yeah.
So
It's a thought experiment. You always get so wound up in these like thought experiments. It's just like, oh my god, this is so stupid. It's like, yeah, that's philosophy. Philosophy's dumb. Philosophy's the field that goes,
what if something else?
yeah, it's just like, yeah, it's a stupid idea, and it doesn't really apply. It doesn't. None of the thought experiments ever have. Like, even the trolley problem.
I think the problem with it isn't so much that this machine will eventually exist. It's just the problem with it is just the inherent problems of any time travel thought experiment.
Yeah.
That's where it breaks down, is the time travel part.
Yeah, there's also, of course, the simulation
Theory. Which is just like, hey, it's unprovable, so don't worry about it.
There was an interesting development a fair number of years ago, but a lot of people missed it because, initial headlines of Neil deGrasse Tyson going, I'm pretty sure we all live in a simulation. Honestly, Neil, but you Neil takes stuff way too seriously.
I just think he's a little too full of himself.
He's just a little too pleased with himself.
Yeah.
So, also, he's been accused of touching people inappropriately, which I don't know if he has. I don't know enough.
There are accusations.
I just know that there's accusations, so that's always fun. But, the interesting part about simulation theory is that because we have not developed the technology to create the simulation, there are only two possibilities for where we are in the idea of a simulation stack. So, I'll dive in a little bit deeper to the simulation theory. Part of it is...
I have two thoughts.
Part of it is that in simulation theory, if a civilization becomes advanced enough to create a simulation powerful enough to create a simulated reality based upon their own, that eventually the reality that they simulate would become powerful enough to create a simulation of itself. And then, turtles all the way down, right?
Except theoretically, couldn't it? So if our world is simulated, there shouldn't, like, the processing power of simulating our world should be a hard limit on what simulations we could do in our world, right?
Well, yes, and part of the simulation theory is that there are arbitrary hard limits that exist within our physics.
Like the speed of light.
Namely the speed of light. But there's... And because of that...
It's like running into a wall that your character can't pass through in a video game.
Correct. Now, within simulation theory, within its own weird thought experiment constructs, you can basically prove that we're either in the very last simulation, or at the bottom of the simulation turtle pile, right?
Sure.
Because we haven't created the technology.
Will we be in the bottom or the top?
The other is that we're actually reality, and that we are the prime. We are the first. That the technology doesn't exist yet because we don't have it. So only two possibilities exist. That we are at the very bottom of the simulation turtle pile, or yes, we are simulated power bottoms, or we are at the, or we're the prime power tops. We're either at the bottom of the turtle stack, or we're at the top of the turtle stack.
We're the pre-turtles.
Yes, there are no turtles beneath us. We're the first turtle. And then it's just a 50-50 chance of whether we are real or simulated. And in either case, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Because we still feel the things that we feel, and reality still matters to us, whether it's a simulated reality or reality. And honestly, what's the difference? So,
every single instance of Sims 4 is the next reality.
Could be. But yes, that's the interesting thing about simulation theory. Most people didn't hear about this next evolution after the first wave of headlines about are we in a simulation? Was that a prominent philosopher and physicist thought about it for just a few minutes and then came up with this idea that, well, we either have to be at the very bottom or we have to be the original, because if we were in a simulation that was advanced enough to create a simulation, well, we would have created it, but we aren't that advanced. So we're either in the bottom or that technology has never existed yet, and we're at the top.
Although it sort of posits that no matter what, we're inevitably compelled to create a simulated world.
Have you played Civilization or The Sims or Second Life?
Yeah, but part of the fun of those games is the inherent issues in them.
Yeah.
What, like the speed of light?
I mean, have you looked at anything in our world? This is like playing Civ on deity mode. Our world is so...
Now, my favorite take on simulation theory... My favorite take on simulation theory was a comic where it was this religious group devoted to simulation theory. And the leader of this religious group was like, "Oh, great runner of the simulation, please hand your controller to your big brother so we can get past this level."
Yeah, I mean, how do we... So part of the beauty of simulation theory in its stupid simplicity is just the idea that all the difficulties difficulties and everything that we face, all of these trials and tribulations, they're actually just simulated like boss monsters. Like all of our stupid political rhetoric. This is just like the challenges in the game.
I suppose here the question though is it, are we being simulated for the purposes of entertainment, or is this like when scientists run like a million models of like how an asteroid is moving?
Why not both? Huh?
It could. Do you think scientists use those simulated models just to see what would happen if an asteroid hit like Mars?
Yeah, they do. In fact, the scientists talk about it. They're just like, sometimes we run silly simulations just to see what would happen because it's fun.
I mean, I believe that. I just never really thought about it.
Yeah, like, of course they do. They just, sometimes we just screw around a little bit because we have this powerful computer and modeling system, and yeah, we just like to, make, I don't know, Los Angeles explode because it's funny. Yeah, like, humans, if picture us in like 1,000 years, all our streaming media has come and gone, and now we're in a world where the only thing that's entertaining is like simulating civilizations and like airing that like as it goes, so people just watch people being people.
So are you saying that this whole world was created so future humans could watch the Jersey Shore?
I mean, okay, think about this a little bit of a step back. So if you were some sort of hyper advanced human, right, in a future human civilization, and you created a simulation that shat out the Jersey Shore, like, would you not be a little bit entertained by that? Would you not go, oh my god, guys, come here, look what they created? I mean, from who?
Humans, the most advanced simulator in the world. Why do you like create 10,000 years of civilization before letting it get destroyed? Yeah, like, so I feel like the sort of inherent logic behind that is drawing on this, like, it's sort of like the reverse of what people think of. Like, people think, 10,000 years ago, humans were really stupid and they couldn't even figure out how to tie a rock on a stick. So they were helpless. And then I think it's like extrapolating, but the reality is humans 10,000 years ago were the same intellectually capable creatures we are today.
They just lacked
the technology and sort of the buildup of general knowledge that we have today. But they weren't necessarily any more intellectually incapable compared to us, or emotionally, or anything like that. So why would it be true in reverse? I think people always think like humans 10,000 years in the future are going to be like have huge brains and like.
Well, where did the huge brains idea come in?
Well, there's you always hear like there's like this. Okay, one of the theories of gray aliens is that they're humans from the future who have genetically modified themselves to look like gray aliens, and they're coming back in time to watch Jersey Shore. But like why do they think that humans wouldn't be like in 10,000 years be like, I'm gonna watch porn now.
You've seen how much porn this simulation produces? Like, this is great.
Okay, so I missed a couple months. This is exactly why, if I think there was a creator, he's just a dick removing the ladder out of the pool in the sim.
Yeah.
We'll be able to install Kung Fu in an instant in the future. Like my favorite documentary, The Matrix. Humans in 10,000 years. Remember that old show, Super Train? Like,
I mean, I think we're actually agreeing that actually humans would still be entertained by like the same kind of stupid shit that we are. But okay, so look at it this way.
Okay.
when we made superhero movies in the 80s, the best we could do for flying was getting Christopher Reeves,
planking in front of a green screen.
In front of a green screen. That was the best we could do.
Yeah.
And then we would get like an airplane or a helicopter to go up and basically create B-roll of a cityscape. But behind Christopher Reeves. That was the best that we could do.
Sure.
Now, we can put people in like anywhere that we want. Now we can make flying, humans look a lot more convincing than that. That we can have, Iron Man flying through the skies over generic Middle East countries, like in the first one in a sort of problematic storyline. But we can do so much more. We can create whole planets in very simulated environment. And the best we used to be able to do is create a big painting, a huge mural that we would drop behind actors. And we'd use it for all sorts of things, not just alien planets, but we would use it for like cities. We would use it for seascape, mountains,
desert.
Like 90% of the films that you would watch from like the 1920s, basically since the beginning of film, forward until about the 2000s,
and
was painted background.
Yeah.
The vast majority of it.
Will always be stupid and will be entertained by stupid shit. The flavors that it will change will always be dumb.
Yeah. So to extract that sort of leap in capability for, and also just changing tastes. But why wouldn't our simulation just be for like, guys, check it out, they created the Jersey Shore. Can you believe it? What even is this? Oh my god. Like the fishbowl sort of thing, like looking in at the stupid that we do.
You know what I appreciate about simulation theory?
What's that?
It's super optimistic. It posits that it is inevitable that humans will already have created a simulation of the world.
I mean, that is an incredibly optimistic,
which implies that humans will or already have survived killing themselves through some sort of climate apocalypse.
Yeah. I mean, a fairly reasonable...
It requires humans to not suck.
Yeah. And a fairly reasonable idea for what could be causing a whole simulation. Why might we be in a simulation? Right? Is testing the Fermi paradox. You know what the Fermi paradox is?
That's the alien life on other planets and like intelligent life on other planets, right?
Sort of. So the Fermi paradox is this. Any sufficiently advanced civilization capable of interstellar communication would have also developed technology capable of destroying themselves. And so, Enrico Fermi, who worked on the Manhattan Project,
right, because
was one of its lead engineers.
Because it's pretty likely you developed the technology to destroy yourself before Interstellar.
That was his thinking, because if we in if we could in the 1940s create weapons capable of destroying our entire civilization, it's pretty reasonable to conclude that it's easier to do that than create interstellar communication network. So, what the Fermi paradox is saying, well, if there are all these alien civilizations, if life is on all these other planets all around the galaxy, right? All around the universe even. And they reach a point where they can communicate in an interstellar way. Well, why aren't they? And it tries to answer that question by wondering if perhaps the reason is most civilizations most species that create weapons capable of destroying themselves do so before they achieve the ability to communicate across interstellar spaces. It's a little bit, tinged and focusing on creating a weapon. And not every civilization, not every species may want to even pursue that.
Right. It's assuming based on the only viewpoint of
Yeah.
that we have.
It assumes that war and destruction is a natural state.
Or is at least
A universal natural state.
In the same way humans do.
Yeah. So, this is sort of a simulation, could be a way of exploring the Fermi paradox. How often is it that humans who, this would be assuming that we are in the bottom simulation, how often is it that humans end up destroying themselves rather than succeeding and surviving? And maybe we're one of those simulations. And we're running and running. That's what happens.
Or it's like a simulation about like various types of ecological collapse.
That too. So, that was a depressing topic.
But like, what's the important part of simulating waffle in that?
No, it's just a side.
Oh, okay.
If you have a sufficiently advanced technology to create this level of simulated reality, then that technology would assumably be advanced enough to allow simulation to create its own things. For all we know, maybe waffles are a unique thing to this simulation. This might be the first time that waffles were ever created. And now, people watching the simulation, like, we never thought of waffle. How did we not think of waffles?
I have another question.
Yeah.
So, if it's a simulation about the Fermi paradox,
Yeah.
then isn't the inherent limiter of light speed being stuck at this amount tainting any information they're getting out of it?
Well, perhaps we're misinterpreting the speed of light as the simulation. We might be coming to the conclusion that that is the processor playing itself out, when maybe that's actually how physics works
in the real
in
world.
the prime existence. We don't know.
And we can't know. That's the fun part.
Yeah, that's why it's so much fun to at least for me, just like, BS around and think through, how does all this work? Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo.
Ooba-dooba-doo.
Yeah. It's like, none of these thought experiments matter. They really don't. At all. So, let's just have fun. Let's just, not get too serious with it. It's people that take thought experiments seriously and very literally that really ruin it and cause problems. Like, you can't take morality thought experiments. You can't take this kind of stuff too seriously, because you're taking an idea that comes from philosophical exploration, which are meant by their nature to explore things that we just can't within reality. Because in our human existence, we would think of it as either immoral, wrong, or would just be outright impossible to understand.
Our poor puppy has allergies right now, and she is sneezing up a storm. Oh.
We'll give her a little comfort.
So, if we're like simulated entertainment, my question My male ego is triggered by this blasphemy. Um, the if we're so let's say we're an entertainment simulation, right? Are they watching us in real time, or are we like sped up to the juicy parts? Because like as far as we know, recorded history and beyond, like, so have they been watching since the Big Bang? Or does this go further and go to like all of recorded history and stuff doesn't actually mean it actually happened because it's all simulated and it's all just and we actually popped in like 50 years ago and everything was just sort of generated then?
I mean,
when the seed was generated.
That would basically depend on the point of the simulation.
Because like, so if this is like entertainment purposes, like, I feel like having a bunch of nothing for billions of years would be pretty boring to watch in real time.
Well, I'm pretty sure that if the point were to like study it,
the astrophysics of it.
I mean, we do that already with our own simulations. We're just like, hey, what would happen over like a billion years if this happened?
But they speed it up.
But yeah, they basically go, well, here's this, here's this, here's this. They create a model and then it's sped up. And maybe we're just at the juicy part. Maybe this is the part they want to study. Or maybe they already studied what they wanted to, and now they're just like letting it run because they're like, holy shit, guys, this is hilarious.
Although also we wouldn't be conscious of what the speeding up would be like.
Yeah. I mean, maybe
I'm not so much worried about how we're perceiving it, though. I'm more just wondering, like, how is it being made up?
Yeah, I mean, this could be one of those, like, hey Jenkins. Yeah? Look what I made. And this is one of those, like, scientific experiments that started somewhere, and then we, like...
Or...
then something went crazy, and now it's just funny to everybody?
Alright, so... the people who are entertaining themselves in our simulated world, right?
Yeah.
They are sort of like in like a, in a video game where you're like in God mode and you're invisible and can clip through walls and stuff. And you just
I never had a game genie.
Free float through the environment and just watch what's happening.
Yeah.
So it's like that. So we have a bunch of like real aliens that are like plugged in VR wise to our world, just hanging out, watching us like poop and stuff, right? Like like little freaks. So sometimes when they're like watching us poop, they accidentally hit the keyboard and drop God mode and become visible for a flickering second. And that's ghosts, and why ghosts are always wearing VR headsets.
I mean, that could be. For all we know. Why not little pervy aliens in VR headsets? I mean, why not? Why don't we have little pervy aliens in VR? Like, I'm just picturing a gray.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It just being a little pervert about feet.
Like, look how weird they are with their 5 toes. Disgusting.
Oh man. Who evolves with 5 toes? 2 toes are clearly the best. Oh, like, why not a little pervy alien?
Yeah.
And on the subject of ghosts, because this is going to be a weird episode of Relaxing.
Because you joined.
Oh yeah. Well, once I join, things. This time.
Lexi has entered.
This started with us talking about coffee.
Yeah.
I think the whole idea of ghosts is just so bizarre. I mean, okay, so every ghost that we see is from like fairly recent history.
Yeah, we should be flooded with like prehistoric ghosts.
Okay, so let's just take the stance for a moment that ghosts are real, factually exist.
Maybe the reason they're all recent ghosts have half-lives and they eventually like fade away.
Oh, maybe.
That's a good made-up thing.
Needs, so I'm gonna take them out.
All right, well,
and then we'll continue the pervy, like gray talk
and slash
ghosts.
Since it's spooky.
Yeah, that's our excuse.
You're gonna have to take the boat. Oh, no. Yeah, so major discussion here about pervy. All ghosts want their villain. Well, that's assuming they had a family. What if they like didn't have any kids or anything and they just sort of died and now they're sitting in a lighthouse all day just going, "Oh, I'm bored." Voyeurs, huh? Yeah, they're like gray aliens, just little pervy gray aliens. It's been proven by science that ghosts like to watch. That's why, if you don't want your house to be haunted, never have sex. There's nothing interesting for the ghost to perv on. So they move to a new house.
So, our current theory on ghosts is that they have half-lives.
Well, so what I was thinking is like, okay, what's a reasonable excuse for why, like, you don't see, like, cave people ghosts and, like, Roman ghosts when you're hanging out in Italy and stuff, right?
Yeah, because, I mean, just about anywhere in the world where there'd been a
landmass,
where there'd been like a long-standing population, because like there's some areas of the world, like the middle of the Sahara, not huge populations,
right?
But like in the middle of the Great Plains, there were actually huge, potentially millions of people living there in the middle of the Great Plains.
Right. So, like, ostensibly, if you're in Iowa, you should just be surrounded constantly, having, like, even if a ghost has, like, a 1 in a billion chance of popping up.
To at least be...
every, like year. There should be, like...
a few ghosts around.
A few, and they should almost all predominantly be, like, ancient Native American ghosts, because that's gonna be like the vast majority of the dead people in that area, because they've been so much longer, so many more people dying over thousands and thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of years.
What's the ancient capital of China? Is it Xi'an?
I think so, maybe. I forget.
forget what the ancient capital of China is, like in the imperial days.
It changed. Oh, it's the dinosaur.
Yeah. So, let's just take Cairo.
Right, Cairo's
Cairo has been
continuously
inhabited by a large population for thousands of years
just
that we know
history.
about.
Prehistory.
And probably
even longer.
For thousands of years before recorded history.
Right.
And in Cairo, there should be at least like a few dozen ghosts that are reliable, like on every street corner.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Every time you like head down the street, I'm gonna go to the National Museum.
And
I want to see the National Egyptian Museum, and like that whole place should be swimming with ghosts on your walk down there, right?
And that's assuming solely because there's also like people are like, oh, there's a ghost dog in this place, right? And which then is like, oh, animals can be ghosts, and if animals are ghosts, then like we should just be like constantly swimming through like a sea of ghost ants that are all over us all the time.
Oh yeah, I mean,
so you have to automatically discount animals can be ghosts to make this even reasonably plausible.
I mean, we could say insect populations, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are ghosts, but they're already. How often do you actually notice if an ant is crawling on the other side of the couch here? You can't see it,
right?
You know, and that's like a real ant that's alive and it is right there. We can't see it; it's just kind of line of sight. And how many leaves are out there?
Right.
You know, all of that.
But ghost dinosaurs should be pretty visible, and
they were around for more than 100 million years.
And so there's a lot of dead dinosaurs, like a lot of big dead dinosaurs,
and well, even more little dead dinosaurs.
I know. I'm just saying the big ones for the sake of
we
like
have at least one,
like ghost T-Rex in every house every day.
Yeah, and at least one, ghost Leopleurodon. Maybe that's what Nessie is.
A ghost Leopleurodon?
Yes.
So, I think, but
maybe the cryptids are
this Bigfoot is Gigantolopithecus,
yeah.
even though Gigantolopithecus was in like the Indonesian island area and not in Pacific Northwest, according to the fossil record.
Well, the fossil record is just where we know of.
Yeah.
So, I mean, anthropologists and archaeologists get in trouble for this a lot, where they're like, well, we know that they were here, so they weren't anywhere else, is the logical step that they take that's actually a fallacy. Because proof of something existing in one place is not proof that they didn't exist in another.
That's fair.
So, for all we know, big feets out there. The big feets are actually just, Gigantolopithecus ghosts.
Well,
they're just ghosts. And Mothman. The Mothman is just an ancient giant moth ghost.
I think, though, because we're not currently inside a Brontosaurus ghost that we can see.
I can't see a Brontosaurus ghost around us.
I think unless we were actively inside a Brontosaurus ghost at all times, or something similar to a Brachiosaurus, Apatosaurus, and Titanosaurus, any of the big guys.
Tauruses.
We have, through thought experiment, proven without a doubt that if ghosts exist, they fade over time and dissipate, or otherwise move on. Which is why we only see Victorian and later ghosts.
So you posit that ghosts have to have a half-life.
Ghosts have to eventually degrade or move on in some way or another.
To explain.
Otherwise, it would be literally impossible to move without seeing a ghost.
Assuming, this is all under the idea that ghosts are real.
Yeah, well, it's a thought experiment. Yeah. You have to assume.
Yeah, you have to assume that.
Ghosts are real to have any.
Side
otherwise.
Note, do you know what the original dinosaur?
The original dinosaur?
Yeah, first dinosaur?
A fish.
No. Well, do you know what it was called?
Oh, what it was called?
Yeah.
Like, what, Jeff? I don't know what it named itself. Did it have a name tag when we found it?
I'm just going for a dumb pun.
Oh, okay.
It's called the Saurus.
The Saurus.
What was that?
Did you catch yourself on your crate?
We had a little puppy. Yep. Seems fine.
I think she was in her crate. I think she stuck her foot through a bar and got stuck for a second.
Yeah.
He's walking around just fine. Why is it like thesaurus?
Yeah. It occurred to me that like we have, you know, Brontosaurus, Apatosaurus. I have all these sauruses. I was like, what is the first? What's the first? You know, dinosaur. I was like, it's the Saurus, which is like a thesaurus. You know.
I like Jeff.
That's what you should call this episode. I like Jeff. I'm gonna go update the information for the episode to just say I like Jeff as the title. How is it spelled? Is it Jeff?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Okay.
Jeff.
Jeff.
Like a little dinosaur guy. The name tag that says, "Hi, my name is Jeff."
Okay. Can you
So I think
Can you
ghost.
give us a little doodle of Jeff? You've been here like shading,
Yeah, I know.
texturing.
It's the first dinosaur.
STAREMASTER's looking pretty good.
Thank you.
Very creepy.
He's the first dinosaur, so he's not gonna be like the best built guy out there.
Medicinal Shy Guy, did you read his comment?
No.
I'll read it. Well, you're sketching, Jeff. Medicinal Shy Guy says, I would much rather have some ectoplasm to clean off the wall than have to spend 20 minutes looking for my keys every morning. Yeah, right? Yeah, quit moving the keys. Just ectoplasm on the wall. Who knows? Maybe ectoplasm is like a really good base. Maybe that's like excellent to make a nice creamy sauce with.
Shouldn't that be
And they're just hoarding it all,
ecto-
robbing us of our great sauce.
eating ectoplasm would be both cannibalism and necrophagy,
Yeah, it'd be great.
unless it was like a ghost.
Again from Shy
deer.
Guy. Yeah, give the ghost a show and make your life easier. Exactly. Yes. You know, why not? I like that Jeff is basically a little Pokemon going on here. And it's a grass type.
No, those are feathers.
Oh,
The dinosaur.
well, it looks like a couple of leaves.
I suppose that's
To me,
fine.
to my mind, that's a leaf. Oh, but I liked grass type Jeff.
Fine. And push the eyebrows. Rowan Atkinson style.
This is a Eugene Levy
Dinosaur.
I like this. Is that chest? Oh, it's a name. I thought you were making chest hair for a second.
Not chest hair like that. Become a little more calm. There we go.
Jeff's chill.
Oh yeah, you're the first dinosaur. You're not really weighed down by like capitalism.
He says these sorts. Oh, yeah, nice. The little stripe.
Yep.
Like it.
No, it's back hair.
Generic tail. No Thagomizer.
You want to
No,
Thagomizer?
no. Like the Thagomizer has to come later.
If he's plant type, I could give him.
Oh, give him a big old leaf tail. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. I like it.
What is this, Jeff? This is the Saurus. Jeff.
Just based on the comment. I'm guessing that who had to take a phone call?
This is the first dinosaur, Jeff.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to watch the VOD.
Jeff, the very first dinosaur. He's a Thesaurus.
I feel like he evolved eyelashes. What? What? Going a little Frida Kahlo with this. What's his what's his hobby? What's Jeff's hobby? You can't say name. You can give Jeff a last name. If you want. What's Jeff's hobby? What does he do for fun?
Collects marbles.
He collects marbles. So
Which is really hard because he has to make them himself.
out of marble.
Yeah.
Okay. So he has to have a little bag of marble. Looks a little like a purse. And no one's like it's just Jeff. So Jeff.
Thesaurus. Yeah, exactly.
Alright. Cool. So did he just sort of popped up. And we know he looked like this because his ghost is still on there. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen him. The chat is talking about naming with Nine's coin. The reason that we have a limit on it is so that no one can spend 10,000 Nine's coin to rename something. Presumably, it's already been named. Which I figure it usually takes about a week worth of screen
I see.
for you to get through something. So, it's a best guess.
Yeah, he just walks around looking for people to hang out with, but since he's the first tourist, it's mostly just fish. He has a small slip. Am I missing anything on Jeff?
No, I think you nailed it.
Alright.
I think Jeff nailed it.
Jeff.
Jeff and nailed it. Did Jeff and nail it? The Jeff.
That's the Jeff layer.
Oh, I was laughing.
How
A
big
lot.
is Jeff? And he's right here. He's this big compared to a beholder.
Yeah, he's about, I don't know,
He's that big.
he's about like 3 feet.
No, he's this big. That's how big a beholder is. You have a point of reference. You want me to release the Jeff layer? There we've locked the Jeff.
Okay.
So I think by thought experiment we've proven that ghosts have to disappear over time. And that they have to be human.
We haven't proven they have to be human.
Yeah, because if anything that was alive could be a ghost,
Yeah.
we would see way more animal ghosts than we would ever see human ghosts.
But
And like the most haunted places on Earth would be like slaughterhouses for like pigs and stuff.
yeah, that'd be. We haven't ruled that out. We haven't. You know, we haven't talked to Slaughterhouse people and SMDC Ghost Pig.
all the time.
We haven't. In fairness to our own work,
Just
we haven't done that.
Ghost pig, the meat industry's best pet.
Like, do you ever see a ghost pig? Maybe they do.
I-
We don't know.
I feel like the amount of ghost TV shows out there would have covered it by now if that was like the most prevalent ghost story.
Yeah, but that would be assuming they actually care about evidence, and we know for a fact that they don't. They only care about making, funny TV. We actually, and we can speak with a little bit of authority on this because we do watch these ghost shows.
Jeff does hang out with STAREMASTER. STAREMASTer can use telekinesis from Marvel.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had to cover that lore while you were. I'm sorry.
So we watch enough of these ghost shows. We know that they're not actually interested in proving that ghosts are real. All they're interested in is creating consumable media.
Putting subtitles over the random creaks and sounds.
They want to create that's it. They just want to create something to consume.
Marvel.
Yeah.
So, alright.
So they have, and if they prove, think about it. If a ghost show proved definitively that ghosts are real, then what's the purpose of them existing? Then there's no more mystery, because what the tantalizing thing about that, and all of these searching for fill in the blank, right? The tantalizing thing is the search. Once you found it, let's say they find the Loch Ness Monster. What? Then there's no more searching for the Loch Ness Monster. It's no longer fun. Now it's just hey, in this loch we have a giant Leopleurodon.
That's why we don't have a channel about known creatures like Animal Planet or something.
I mean, yeah, there would definitely be some studies on it. But think of how much media has been able to be made around ghosts. How many YouTube channels? How many, Travel Channel episodes? How much time on the Travel Channel has been devoted to ghost hunting shows? I think it's half of their lineup.
Okay. So you're saying that
And that's just one channel. And there's, thousands of ghost hunting channels. So think about that. And yeah, there are a lot of Animal Planet shows, but think about the Animal Planet shows, right? What it's really, most of them are about is
They're ghost hunting shows, not ghost finding.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, most of the Animal Planet shows are about the drama. We were watching some the other day. That's the drama of these animals. What? You got Planet Earth as a series.
But why isn't there you could have a Steve Irwin episode who's whoa, look at this ghost. I'm gonna grab it.
Well, yeah, but would, Mr. Baggins from the Jersey Shore of ghost hunting? I forget his name. Zach Baggins?
Zach Baggins.
Would Zach Baggins really be able to pull off the Steve Irwin of ghosts?
No.
Of course he wouldn't.
He sucks.
So what? His career depends upon not finding ghosts because he can't be the Steve Irwin of ghosts. He can't. Someone could be, but it ain't gonna be him. So his career depends on are there ghosts? Oh, we might have seen one. Can't say for sure. The moment you solve it, the mystery's gone.
Okay. That's fair.
Comment, ghost hunting show until you out the ghost to your to your wall.
Until you out the ghost to your put the ghost to your, I don't know. I think he was saying put the ghost on your wall.
Yeah.
And as a rug in front of your fireplace.
I think that's what it says. I'd watch Ghost Steve Irwin wrestle ghost animals.
Ghostimals, I think.
Ghostimals.
True science doesn't end when you answer a question. Literal ghost hunting, ghost trophy hunting.
You were correct. True science doesn't end when you answer a question.
But true entertainment does.
But true entertainment does, yeah. Like, that's why you don't see, okay, as much as I love the show, and I do love it, and I recognize how crazy 99.99% of it is, the Curse of Oak Island. If you don't know this show is on the History Channel, which is the most inaccurately named channel on all of cable television. It is about a group of people.
That's not true, by the way.
What's the most inaccurate?
Doesn't TLC stand for the Learning Channel?
Originally, yes, but I think they actually changed it.
Oh, really?
I think so. I don't know what it means now, but I kind of remember a few years ago, TLC did change.
Because I feel like they lost the ability to be called the Learning Channel when they started airing Honey Boo Boo.
Who says now it literally means nothing?
It's just TLC. It doesn't stand for anything.
Because I used to watch the Learning Channel because it was very interesting.
Yeah. Sorry.
So
I guess they fixed it.
On the show Curse of Oak Island, they are on an island called Oak Island. It's in Canada, and they are constantly digging in the ground to try to find
treasure.
Long lost treasure, rumored to be buried
on the
island. Yes. That show is like 8 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 9. I don't know how many seasons. And I love the show. You can call me stupid, you can criticize me for it, but I love the show. I do. And would they keep making the show once they found the treasure?
No.
They might make so let's pause it for a minute. At the start of the season, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the start of the next season of The Curse of Oak Island, they find the treasure. 6 episodes in, right? They find the treasure. They might spend the rest of the season dealing with the realities of having found this treasure and figuring out where it all came from. And they might spend a season sort of sorting out what happens now. Where did this all come from? Now that we found treasure, let's figure out how it got here and who was actually involved. That might be worth half a season, and then it's done because there's nothing to find anymore.
So are you positing then that the ghost hunter shows are sitting on mountains of evidence that they've buried?
No, but they don't want to actually apply logic or anything to this.
Oh, they're just gonna make up little.
They know it's stupid.
Are you saying they're just gonna make up little mechanical devices that don't actually do anything and pretend like they're science?
Yeah, these are the people that created the get a mag light and then twist it till it's just barely on and off, right at that middle point.
So that it randomly flashes.
Yeah, when you shout at it. And then they only of course that's what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They know this. There are all sorts of ways that their purported tools could show something, but they don't.
How many of them? What percentage do you think they know what they're doing, and what percentage do you think have been taken in by previous ghost shows and think that, and actually believe that they?
Oh, I'd say 90% of ghost-based content.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking movies where it's a haunting movie, right?
CG stuff.
Yeah, I'm not talking scripted entertainment like that. You get it this time of year. Let's watch a scary ghost movie, right? No. I'm only talking the ghost hunting show. I would say more than 90% of ghost hunting shows take BS as fact because they believe in what the previous people said was real, even though those people know they were BS. seancing.
So
I mean, no, we know for a fact that seances are just like cold reading nonsense, but people believe in them.
and Ouija boards operate on the dissonance between your motor skills and your brain.
Exactly. And we can study that effect outside of a Ouija board.
Yeah, it's been proven. And the same thing with dowsing rods is
Yeah.
you're actually turning them or moving the planchette with your hand, but you're not conscious that you're doing it. And we've shown that to be the case.
And that's why, if you just leave the planchette, which is the little focusing point of Ouija board, that's what it's called the planchette. If you take a planchette or dowsing rods and you put them in a way where your hands can't manipulate them, but some entity could, they don't.
Or you could also be like, you could do a control and an experiment where, like, let's say you have a Ouija board and it spells out, "Ooh, Jeff," right? And you're like, "Oh, the source is talking to us," right? And then, we have a lot of chat happening.
We do. Chat is active right now.
And you're like doing the Ouija board and it spells out Jeff every single time you ask what's the name.
Yeah.
And then you blindfold the same people in the same positions, but randomize where the letters are on the Ouija board.
And it won't spell.
I'm sure it won't spell Jeff.
No. And that's the way it goes. I mean, Medicinal Shy Guy's talking about grifters who drink their own Kool-Aid are more successful than others. And I mean, yeah. Because if you want to keep a grift going,
yeah, believing in it's gonna help.
you have to believe it too. You can sort of con someone a little bit for a short period of time and not believe it yourself.
Ouija board, Jeff the source. Marbles?
Right. Jessica, do you want to play marbles? It just goes, yes, yes, yes. It's like spinning on yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And all of those ghost hunting shows, they wouldn't go to a slaughterhouse unless, of course, there are like reportings of human hauntings in there and grisly deaths, right? They wouldn't do that because why? It's not good television. It's not that they're trying to avoid like proving ghosts. They're mostly just trying to focus on making good TV, and finding ghosts and pursuing like ghost theory doesn't make good TV.
All right. So then why would we not be getting better and more evidence from like non-ghost shows, like random people who have cell phones everywhere nowadays?
Well, a lot of people, but again, this is all assuming that ghosts are real.
Yeah.
Like, I just want to restate that.
We have to for the thought process.
I want to reiterate to people, this is a long-form conversation here. We're still on the idea that ghosts are real as the base assumption we have to make
for this whole discussion.
Yep. So, I think a lot of that could be explained by...
Ghosts are real. They sometimes.
Yeah.
They do. They have ghost touch attack. They have 2d6 health, but have the incorporeal trait.
I think the reason could be most explained by, again, let's assume ghosts are real, and that all these like ghost hunters, like they really are hunting real ghosts.
And they're trying.
They're trying. Even though their focus is making good TV, they are trying to find a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming that's all the case, do you believe in ghosts? Without changing anything else, like let's just assume everything else in the universe is the same, but ghosts are real and these people are hunting a correct idea. Do you currently believe that ghosts are real?
I mean,
okay. That's most people. Most people are going to go, oh yeah, I don't really believe in ghosts. So if you see something that's a ghost, you're going to explain it using other mean? You're going to explain that using what is to you a more logical explanation, right?
I guess. Sure.
So that would explain. That's an easy enough way in this thought experiment of why we don't have just random people with better evidence. And, there are some very well, we all know that they're just optical illusions or artifacts of how digital cameras process things. We all know.
You're afraid of ghosts despite your belief they do not exist. Yeah. The thing is, I find ghosts are weird because, as a concept, because a lot of people are scared of ghosts. I'm sure I'd be spooked by ghosts in, ghost media, right?
Yeah.
But, there has never... Oh.
Why is Spotify doing anything? Do you have, ghosts? You have ghosts influencing your phone?
Oh no, my phone's haunted.
We're using your phone for Twitch chat.
Yeah.
And somehow in there, in your conversation, it just went to a voice command.
That was weird, but ghosts.
Ghostify.
Jeff Thesaurus is in my phone. What was I saying? Oh, people are inherently a lot of people are scared of ghosts, but there's never been any documented evidence of ghosts existing, let alone killing someone. If someone was murdered by a ghost, and we could prove it, then ghosts would be pretty scary.
Sure. Yeah.
But generally speaking, our typical depiction of ghosts is they opened a cupboard door and that's all they were capable of.
Yeah, I mean,
and what's scary about a cupboard door opening?
I mean, people are scared of a lot of irrational things, and that's because, of course, how our brains are built.
Yeah.
And where do ghosts always exist? Because this is something that outside of our thought experiment of ghosts are right.
Right. Okay, we're moving out of that
temporarily. I always get really frustrated by the idea that ghosts just like it dark.
Ghosts like to be at night. They like to hang out in spaces that have proven low frequencies resonating throughout them that mess with your brain and make you paranoid.
Well, let's just go with the ghosts like it dark.
All right, well,
just let it alone.
Yeah.
Right?
Ghosts come out at night because it's scary or...
In the dark. It doesn't even have to be at night. It's just be in the dark.
Right. You could be in a building without a window.
I mean, a lot of these ghost hunting shows go into buildings that have no windows.
And they're there.
Because they're a nightclub or something.
Yeah, and it's just they have the lights on.
Or it's the sewers of some city.
Right.
They're always skulking around old abandoned sewers and stuff, right? There's no windows down there. They're underground. There's no windows. So they just record it in the middle of the day. But the, idea, ghosts why? What does that matter? Well, it matters because it pings your brain, because us humans, we evolved from a point in existence where it is advantageous to be scared out of your mind in the dark, where you can't see things. So any little noise, any little change, anything in there in the dark, we are evolutionarily programmed to be terrified in, because it kept us alive. The people who weren't scared of that, who would stroll through, the savannah or the jungle at night and just
this is fine.
Hey, that's a noise over there, and they're like, I don't know, man. That noise seems
like a lion,
pretty lion-y. And then it's whatever. Like, there's nothing out there. It's just you. You know,
Sure.
because the guy who was like terrified of that lived, got to make children, presumably.
So to answer whose question, in 10,000 years, there won't be Victorian ghosts anymore. I think we've proven in thought experiment through pure logic that ghosts have to have fade after 300 or 400 years tops.
They have to.
It's a necessity. Otherwise, we would be seeing prehistoric ghosts
Constantly.
and basically the ratio of like Victorian and more modern ghosts to like prehistoric ghosts would be so out of whack that like you would have like that's all you would see effectively. So I think through thought experiments, if ghosts are real, they have to fade after a couple hundred years.
They have.
So in 10,000 years, our ghosts aren't going to be hanging around. It's going to be like ghosts wearing like spoon hats or whatever they're wearing in 10,000 years. Minus 200.
No, like ghosts have to have a half-life.
Yeah.
If ghosts, as we, have constructed the idea of a ghost, it has to have it. Who says this?
You want a caveman ghost movie?
The spirit of Ooga Book won't leave my goddamn tea room.
It's scared of my lights.
Just the caveman.
That's why it keeps flickering the lights. They're novel.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. That was perfect.
Anyway, so we were saying outside of the thought experiment. Right.
Yeah, I mean, so the reason that we see ghosts, that we hear, right, is because we are programmed to be scared of it because it had a survival advantage for us. The people who were scared of that stuff live to have sex and make children.
And I think this
is what happened.
I think it's important to point out as a little side note with that evolution is not a clean, logical process. It's really messy and just sort of working it out as it goes, and it builds in a ton of imperfections.
Because the only thing that evolution cares about is reproduction.
Yeah, ultimately, in the end.
That's it.
That's all.
It's not about... It is only about one thing, staying alive to reproduce.
Long enough to reproduce.
That's it. That's why there's actually a large number of species in the world who reproduce and die moments later.
Even like larger creatures like salmon do that.
Yeah. They live their whole lives and then they're just like, well, have my one sex.
Goodbye.
They die. We don't do it as humans because in our evolutionary process, we found a different way that happened to be more advantageous, but it wasn't like a logical thing. It was just situational. And for us, what we found is being terrified of stuff in the dark, those things, the people here ages and ages and ages ago that were scared of things in the dark, they live to have sex and make more children.
Yeah.
And more frequently, they were the ones that were alive, and so we have that trait of being, it is dark, I am terrified.
Because I can't see what's around me.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make all sorts of stuff up in my head to be scared of.
And it's easier. So if you hear a twig snap, it's easier to assume it's something trying to kill you than it is a turtle or something, right? Like it's safe. It's not easier. It's safer to assume it's a jaguar rather than a tortoise. If you hear a twig snap, because if it's a tortoise and you run away, you're fine. If it's a jaguar and you run away, you're fine.
And again, staying out of our thought experiment, the idea of ghosts is actually kind of comforting.
To people.
Yeah.
Okay.
So humans, we struggle with... we struggle with the idea of death because it means you don't exist anymore. You don't have any, that you lose everything. You're just gone. And as an existential idea, it's kind of scary, that one day you can just stop being alive and it's over. And there's not coming back from it. There's not like a redo. There's not a restart. There's not a second chance, insert token to continue. There's none of that. It's just you're done. And just the idea that you could continue on in some form, that it's not all over, it's comforting, So ghosts are both a way of sort of entertaining, because humans, we also sort of like being scared. We kind of like being a little scared. It's fun. That's why horror movies are
right. It's fun because you're scared, but you're safe.
So, it is this somewhat cathartic process. That's why we like it, because being scared is cathartic. You get to work out a lot of emotions through that. That's why, like, the really, really good horror films that explore ideas of just existing and what it means to be alive,
rather than just a series of jump scares.
Yeah. I'll give my personal favorite in that area of horror, which is The Babadook. I think that's an absolutely fantastic film. I really love it. And those films work because we're scared. When we're watching them, it's a cathartic moment, and we can sort of open ourselves up to process these emotions. Ancient Greek plays would do this. They would put on elaborate shows meant to scare, meant to
make
people sad. They were tragic things. They were joyous things. And their plays often contained multitudes of ideas around different emotional states because it was cathartic. It moved you through this process. It was funny. It was terrifying. It was sad. It was joyful. And you go through that, and a lot of plays still hear that today. Even Shakespeare's, to John, like the most famous playwright in the Western world, Shakespeare, his dramas are not just only drama. Like the best drama television shows that people love, like Breaking Bad, for example, it's not only drama all the time. There's humor in it.
Mm-hmm.
Because without it, like, it doesn't open you up. So ghost stories are also cathartic. They are a cathartic thing. That's part of why they exist, because they are comforting, they are scary, they help us process emotions and ideas. That's a big part of why they exist today, is because without them, it's harder to think about these things. It becomes more challenging to process these sorts of emotions. So when we, contemplate questions like, why do we see ghosts? Why do they exist? Why do we tell these stories? And this is why. We tell them because they help us exist. They help us.
Okay.
And that's why we're scared. That's why we see ghosts when nothing's there. That's why we hear things because there's a lot going on.
On the other hand, how society has decided ghosts are, because we're like, ooh, let's find evidence, right?
Yeah.
It's not very comforting. It's extremely depressing, because it's like, oh, I died, and now I have to hang around in the attic going every night. That's all I do.
Yeah, I mean, when you actually that's like a lot of things that we think, oh man, that's got to be super cool. I mean, the reality is, how many people are out there that want to be famous, right? That's
Sure.
a common
Sure.
I want to be famous.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish. Well, ask a lot of famous people what's it like? And a lot of them tell you it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And it sucks because uh, people know you. You don't have some anonymity anymore. You can't just blend in. And people come up to you, they bug you, right? But people still pursue it.
Mm-hmm.
People still want that, even though it isn't that. I mean, some people really do like being famous. They enjoy it. But a lot of people go to fairly great lengths to not be
Noted.
noticed. Not to. Oh, we're getting full
Oh,
stretches.
each of us, one of us, one for each.
Yeah, you gotta stand up.
I literally have a dog asleep on my foot. And it's the big dog.
Thank you for the stretches, who? Um. So
Huh?
I don't think that the idea of wow, ghosts, like the idea of ghosts, if you actually think about it, really sucks. I don't think that's going to stop people from wanting it because people don't really think through that stuff most of the time. You know?
Right. They're like, I'm too scared of dying to be worried about being stuck for eternity or 200 years or so going.
Exactly. Well, people aren't going to think that through. So I don't think that really stops people. Okay, so back into the thought experiment.
All right, we're back into believing ghosts are real.
We're back into ghosts are real, confirmed 100%.
Yeah, but they have to fade over.
They have to, yeah, they have to disappear. Or because if ghosts don't disappear, we would just have ectoplasm all over the place. So they have to fade.
Yeah.
That is conclusive. We've proved that.
I mean, just through the pure logic. It demands that. Right? Based on just reality. Lived experience, basically.
100%.
You know, it was terrifying, the ghost piano in Mario.
True. It was. So I realize it's like 12:30.
Yeah.
I need to use the bathroom. You need to use the bathroom?
I have a dog.
So I'm gonna go use the bathroom. And then I'm gonna come back and we can talk more about ghosts.
Okay, sounds good. I'm getting some beholder eyes, please. Ectoplasmic thing. Exactly. I'm cleaning up. A little ice on. There's just some little. I hope there's a Morbius mod for Phasmophobia where what, like, the scary part is you're alone in a house with Jared Leto. That's terrifying. He seems to be. Yeah, you agree with me? What are the updates for the Phasmophobia actual play? We'll just need to find a date to do it, I guess. We'll check with Lexi and take a look at a calendar. Obviously, I'll have to actually, get the game to do it. Identify so many ghosts, at least 3. Right, so that's like the actual goal of the game is you like collecting evidence inside the building to try and ID who the ghost is or whatever, right? So it's not just like wander around until you get. Why would we get our GPUs? I think our STAREMASTER is coming together pretty well. You have to find evidence to identify the ghost. It's someone else's job to get rid of it. Our GPUs are going to video encoding until the new set of graphics are. Alright, sure. I guess. STAREMASTER! I need to spruce up this. So, like, sometimes you can use the UV light to see a handprint of the ghost, or maybe you can watch it through the camera and see a ghost corpse. You can leave a book out for it to write in, or you could talk to it with a fancy radio. Okay, so that's what you're collecting evidence, is like the core gameplay of it. Meanwhile, trying to not be killed, obviously. Different ghosts leave behind different kinds of evidence to help you identify that ghost type. So you have like what? You have like regular ghosts, poltergeist ghosts, demon ghosts. I'm guessing. Gotcha. Casper, the friendly ghost. Spirit, Fade, Poltergeist, Demon, Fury. Gotcha. And they all operate slightly differently, but it's sort of random which kind you get. Different ghosts also act different. Some move around a lot, some throw objects. So like poltergeists throw objects. Demons attack early, something like that, basically. What's turning? Three pieces of evidence on harder difficulties. They only give away two, and you have to figure out the last one based on personality. Pocket message. Oh, you accidentally sent said turn. Okay. Where a ghost typed in. Telling me to turn around right now. Woo! Right. Luckily, they can't leave the house, so you can hide in the van. Again, like, if I'm playing this game on stream for the sake of being scared on stream, I don't think I should hide in the van. I feel like if I'm going to go through with all of this, like, I should at least, like, be put in the situation where I'm gonna get the best response. You know? Give me the spirit box without a flashlight, shut off the lights, and let me go nuts? Yeah, why not? I'm sure that's probably not the best way to actually win the game, but who cares? When do we want to do a fast?
Oh, I don't know.
Why don't you pull out a calendar? We'll just plan it.
Well, Phasmophobia will be a little bit of a technical thing to set up.
Why?
Well, we got to make sure that everything is working as far as audio goes, so that we can all
Capture what they're saying.
Yep. So I got to make sure that the game audio is working, and that we. So it's a little technical. I'm not saying that it's impossible, right? But I
So-
will need to have a technical session
where we set up like a Discord channel and make sure the voices are getting recorded.
The game has in-game.
It has an in-game
so
chat.
that actually makes that part easier.
Okay. Yeah.
But I still need to go and grab it because not every game behaves the same in how it will output to audio channels and things like that. Some of them just get being output to certain audio channels to grab. So I will need time to prep the session. And get it all right. So we need to have a little technical session first, so that we know it works.
Yep. Do we need everyone for that, or can we make?
We would need two people on Phasmophobia, at least, just so we can have like a game going. We just need to set up a game.
Right.
Let's see. So this Saturday we have our usual Rhapsody stream.
The in-game audio only picks up people nearby as opposed to all the time.
Well, I see. That's one thing I didn't know, and one of those things that we got to work out. Do we want that? Do we want to keep the spatial audio, or do we want to use Discord communication? Like, how do we want to set that up? So that's why I was saying we need to have a technical session to figure out how we want to set up. And that'll take a while. We can fairly quickly retrofit some of our existing streaming setups.
For the
We have plenty of video game frames that we can use if we want to play some Phasmophobia. We could try doing a technical setup on Friday night.
Sure. If people are game.
Yeah, if people want to do this, we'll need to do a technical session.
Be available Friday night.
And then we can try to figure out sometime probably
Pre-Halloween.
Maybe Halloween.
Halloween proper.
Like the 30th. No, we're actually recording on the 30th.
Yeah.
Maybe Halloween proper. We do a Phasmophobia.
Well, let's see. It's this Friday's the 21st. We could also do it during the week, one evening.
Yeah, we could do like an evening stream one of these nights. So, why don't you guys get with me? Yeah, either on Discord later, or one of you shoot out an email to the four of us so you can coordinate some schedules. Because I think we're down for playing Phasmophobia on stream, but like I just explained, need to have a technical session so we can set it all up, get it functioning right, and kind of learn how we might want to put everything together. Not having played the game before, it's a little hard to imagine right now, like what I'm gonna want to do. I don't know what the gameplay experience is like as a player. So, yeah, if you guys want to do that, Discord or email, and we can start setting something up. Cause I'm game. Are you game?
Yeah, I'll be scared. Like,
okay.
Or I won't. Depends on the game. I might not be scared at all, and then I'll try and run. Ghosts are real.
Ghosts are real. I think. Let's talk about the ghost hunting tools for a minute. Because I think here lies some of the, even outside of thought experiment, there's a lot of BS going on here.
Yeah.
That I think we really need to clarify for folks. My most hated thing in all of ghost hunting
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I hate the most is the spirit box.
The ghost radio.
So for those who are uninitiated,
with ghost tone.
because this has turned into a very different sort of painting stream. I kind of like it.
Yeah, I don't mind having someone to chat with next to me.
Yeah, this is a little different. For the uninitiated among us, the spirit box, as they call it in ghost hunting circles, is a device that purports to
give ghosts energy.
Yes, it gives ghosts energy to speak, and it does so by, quote, rapidly changing through radio channels.
Super rapidly.
Well, you say that.
No, I'm saying that's what they say.
Yeah.
They're like it changes channels every 10th of a second or something like that, right?
Yeah. And that when it picks up on things, when you hear words coming through, the channels are changing too quickly
for
anything to come through.
Yeah, it's like you can't say a word in a 10th of a second sort of thing, so it has to be a ghost. Is what they say.
I challenge anyone. Now, and this is coming from audio and video editing experience, which I do a lot of. I edit a lot of audio and a lot of video. Anyone who comes to tell me, oh, well, you can't fit anything in a 10th of a second, that's way too fast, you are so wrong. You are so deeply wrong. A 10th of a second is plenty long enough to get a word through in.
Not only that,
most of the words that we're saying right now on stream take less than a 10th of a second to say 2 or 3 words.
Yeah. And not only that, even if it's scanning, even if the device is working as stated, and it's scanning through a channel every 10th of a second.
Which I won't call incredibly fast, but I will call it quick scan through.
Then you have to, that assumes radio stations work where it's just a hard cut.
And that's not how radio frequencies work. That's why when you are in a city,
anywhere with a lot of radio stations,
you don't have, WBBR 101.1 and WBBK 101.3. You don't have that. And the reason is RF bleed over. So your radio frequencies bleed into other spectrums. It's not perfect. It's not exact. The strongest signal will come on the channel. So if you're listening to 101.1, you're gonna listen to that.
But on 101.2 or 101.0, there's gonna be fuzzy.
101.3 and 101, or it would be at 100.9.
Right.
And even down to like 100.5 and 101.7. Like those you're still picking up that station.
There's still bleeding happening.
Yep.
It's fuzzier.
You can absolutely pick that stuff up, and there's more interference as you get further away from the broadcast strength. But in a major city like New York, Chicago, you're always fighting for band space. Or at least you were. Radio isn't as prevalent as it used to be. But you're always fighting for that band space because you need to have cushion on either side. You need to have a room for that so that the audio doesn't bleed over. That's also why we have the limits on FM and AM radio that we do, because bandwidths higher and lower than what we can tune to are reserved for other purposes that we don't want the radio broadcast bleeding into.
And then on top of that, you have the human brain, which has to interpret the sound it's hearing as accurate.
Correct.
So if you hear a noise that goes, you hear and it's just static. But if someone then says that said cushion.
Yeah, cushion.
They said cushion, and this person died on a sofa. Like, now when you hear kshkun, you're gonna start interpreting that. You're gonna listen for it to confirm that it said cushion.
And the best way to pick that up, the best way to realize that you're being led, that your conclusion is being tainted, is to listen to audio of recorded spirit box sessions, right?
Without being told what it's saying.
Without looking at the screen, because they'll always put up subtitles
to make you hear it.
And you listen to that, and then tell me what you hear.
So if you watch a spirit hunting show and they're doing an EVP and you're sitting looking at your computer because you have it on in the background, you're just going to hear a ton of static that makes no sense. It's going to be like, Ksha, or something, you know, it's like some static noise. But on the screen, you look over and it's like, my name is Timothy, and I died in the year 1927, and I was a pianist. And that's like, and then all you heard was Ksha, and but then when you're reading it, at the same time you're hearing it, your brain will make you hear it.
Which, I mean, is also just so bad, because what you're doing is taking away the scat album that the ghosts are creating.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, they've got a wonderful jazz scat album, and we're just ruining it. Shame. So, if anyone ever comes to me with evidence of a spirit box,
there's just so many layers of bullshit with it.
There's so much wrong. Like, well, it can't possibly be going, you know, at any rate where you could hear a word. Yes, it could. Yes, it could.
Haven't. All ghosts always sound so spooky. And that's partially because all EVPs, almost like across the board, they're taking hypersensitive microphones and catching background noise. You're in a building, someone scuffs their foot while they're standing around, a car drives by. A lot of these haunted buildings aren't in the middle of nowhere, and if they are, there's birds and shit all around them.
And again, I'm not an audio engineer. I don't purport. As someone who deals with recording environments, sensitive recording environments, all day long. That's what I do. Running this channel, I have to make sure the audio is good.
How come none of them have Philly accents? Because we have a specific newscaster voice that people use on radio and TV.
Yeah.
And you're not supposed to use accents.
Well, you're supposed to use a specific accent.
You're
Because
supposed to
literally
use-
everyone has an
You're
accent.
supposed to use the newscaster accent that we've developed over time.
Exactly.
That's cool.
Hey, Jonesy, the fuck, dog? When did you get out of the joint? See this
See the Bears game.
See the Bears game?
The Bears are Chicago, not Philly, but that's okay.
And just, like, you know, what'd be the worst ghost? Ghost of Mike Lindell.
I died trying to sleep on my pillow.
Hey, everybody! I'm the ghost of Mike Lindell. Well, I've made myself a new ghost pillow. I call it my ghost pillow.
So, the spirit box is probably the worst of the ghost tools.
So, like, as I was saying, I didn't finish it. People don't understand. The average person does not understand how sensitive professional grade microphones are.
And then
No idea how sensitive they are and how they will pick up everything. What is the thing I have spent more time on than anything else in our recording studio getting just right for us?
getting everything except the sound. Us compressing and
It's always audio because those microphones, you hook them up, they pick up everything. And people aren't used to that because people's everyday experience with the microphone is usually only through a single microphone. It's the one on your phone, which A, isn't that good of a microphone. And two, you're welcome, is paired with digital filters that remove audio artifacts. So little like hissing and popping and buzzing and road noise and stuff. They do their best through digital processors in your phone app to pull that stuff out so the person you're talking to doesn't hear it. So people don't have a good experience with microphones. They don't have enough to understand
And
why EVPs are.
a lot of those digital microphones are designed to try and pick up human voices and will listen for it even if
Correct.
there's not a human voice happening. They'll try to interpret things as a human voice.
Yes, and if you can show me the equipment that ghost hunters are using that isn't designed around the human voice, I'll be impressed.
And another thing these ghost hunting shows don't do is tell you that
This is the equipment that we're using.
well, what I was gonna say is they also don't tell you this EVP we picked up. It's clearly going right.
Yeah.
But they've also taken an audio taken on a super sensitive mic and then amped up the decibels and done digital manipulation to make it even attempt to be hearable.
Yes.
Like there's a bunch of digital manipulation like a photo manipulating basically to get these into a listenable state.
Yeah. Now, I mean, let's while we're on this kind of like digital enhancement, let's talk about cameras and recording ghosts. Right?
Oh yeah, so like seeing apparitions.
Yeah. So, if you want to record on an old school film camera, and I don't mean your 1990s camcorder, not recording on film, it's a digital translation into magnetic tape. No, I mean, go get your, 8mm film camera. Give me that. Get me, your, I think IMAX records in 30mm. Get me actual film.
Mm-hmm.
Then we can have a conversation about what did the film see. Did it see a ghost? Without that,
Because digital artifacting is such a big thing.
digital artifacting in recording is just massive. First, every modern digital camera, every single one, unless it is purpose built to try and exclude this as much as possible. And even then, it still has some left over. Every single digital camera is guessing at what it sees. It's making a very informed guess, but it's guessing at what it sees. And they are using processing software to try and create the images that you just took a picture. And if you take a camera into a dark room, you're gonna try to find shapes in the darkness.
Mm-hmm. That's why you see a huge rise in, quote, shadow people when you start moving into digital camera world.
Because all of our cameras are set up first and foremost.
It is ghost hunt.
It is ghost software, yeah. First and foremost, to find the people. That's its top priority. When they're creating this image processing software, they put the importance on people.
Now more than ever, even your phone camera is putting a little box around faces and stuff. It's actively searching for faces to focus on.
So when we record, we actually have this is a little problem that I had to overcome by using manual focusing techniques. Because I tried to we use a mirrorless camera as our primary camera for the player's end of the table within our D&D show. And guess what? it has a limit, the focal limit in the autofocus of 2 people, and there's 3 of them. That makes it difficult.
Because it will try to focus on 2 of them.
Yep, that doesn't work. That's not okay. So I've had to create a manual focus.
So if you switch to a proper film camera that's not digital at all, then you at least you cut out a lot of algorithmic problems, software problems, and now it just comes down to chemical issues or anything that you have to rule out.
Yeah, it's the photo reaction when the photons, and I mean that like photon as the photo reaction, interacting with the film.
Yep.
Because that's what's doing it. It's photons hitting the film that cause the exposure to happen.
So as long as the film isn't corrupted in some way.
Which, assuming that you are a competent film developer, that you know how to develop film appropriately, should come out clean.
Yeah. Then.
But do you know what's much more expensive to shoot in?
Film.
That's why ghost hunting shows didn't exist before the invention of digital film.
Yeah.
Because it was stupid and no one wanted to put the resources in to make it. It would have been prohibitively expensive.
Well, the thing I think I like about ghost hunting is that anyone can do it with absolutely no training whatsoever.
Yeah, there is no training.
You just go into a dark room with a camera and now you're a ghost hunter.
Yeah.
And cameras are becoming increasingly available. Like, there's no, like, you don't have to be, like, you don't have to understand the technology and the techniques you're using outside of some internet research, maybe, to sound, like, authoritative. You know? You don't have to be a filmographer who knows what you're doing with your camera.
Nope.
To be a ghost. And actually, the less you understand it, the more convincing.
Yeah. And even if you take off autofocus elements that are going to try to pull the camera into different things, and you just keep it on a static focus, and you keep it, as open as possible, you get
as clean as possible from electronic interference. Basically.
Yeah, you get a very favorable f-stop towards, incredible depth of field focus across the spectrum of the landscape. Like, the camera's still going to try to find people.
And this is all assuming that I learned ghosts are real and Jeff likes marbles. Exactly.
Yeah.
This is all assuming, like, you have working on the assumption that all of the people submitting ghost evidence, right, are coming from good intentions without any document. Because you have to automatically assume that, or else every piece of evidence can just be photoshopped,
Yeah.
which is much more likely than ghosts existing in the first place.
Absolutely.
So, assuming they're coming from a place of honesty with their ghost show or ghost evidence, you now have to rule out this huge slew of technological issues that could fool them, even fool the user.
Yeah. Because that's the trick here. That's why ghost hunting shows will always find, like, something in there, because all of this stuff is meant to, all this digital software that we use to process audio, to process video, always actively searching for something to try to interpret it and make it into it. That's what it does.
And they're going into dark environments that are the antithesis of what a lot of these devices were used to shoot in.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. That's why it's a problem. That's why ghost hunting just doesn't work. Because you can't. Let's just argue you find a ghost on film, right?
Sure. And you know
It was a ghost. 100%
you know it's
a ghost.
legitimate. You know the person who found it didn't CG it in or some other like post effect on
You'll
it.
never get everyone to believe it because like there's too many other things that are much more reasonable for ghosts to be.
Yeah. It's more believable that it was photoshopped in than that it was like a full body apparition.
Oh, especially with this, machine learning image. I refuse to call it AI. Used to call these machine learning things AI. It's not.
No, it's just doing a process.
AI is data from Star Trek.
Yeah.
These things are not data from Star Trek.
Yeah, you can get an 8-foot skeleton. Go for it.
Yeah, do it.
Do it. Don't be a coward.
You can set it up in our yard. I'll take your skeleton. I mean, no, I'm gonna let that one.
Yeah. So like, okay, so that's the ghost box and just cameras. You also have other ghost hunting equipment. There's EMF readers for electromagnetic fields, which exist both naturally and man-made all over the world, all over, everywhere, right? And it's just determining, is there electromagnetic stuff in it? Well, if you're in a building, yeah, there's wires everywhere, like throughout buildings everywhere, and those give off electromagnetic fields, right?
Who just said, what about salt? We just put piles of salt on the ground in Phasmophobia. That's one of those incredibly old ideas throughout human history.
That salt wards off evil or otherwise.
Yeah, the salt wards off evil, wards off magic, it wards off, bad things in general.
Well, you know what it does ward off? Bacteria.
It does ward off bacteria. It wards off most growth.
Some bacteria.
Most growth it wards off.
Oh, one is making my foot fall asleep. And has been for about an hour now. You never get to play with salt because you hoard it like some sort of salt dragon. Does the salt like keep the ghost from getting to you? But yeah, salt has like long-term magical properties, like historically, in different cultures, that sort of thing. You have a kitty. Yeah, cats ward off ghosts, probably. Right?
Oh.
So, okay, another fun ghost hunting equipment. The Ovulus.
I think they call it Ovulus.
Where it's just like, here's a little device that just spits out random words.
And they say ghosts can manipulate it to spit out the words, and it's just like, how? Like how it just spits out words. I mean, I don't even know the mechanics of it. They don't explain it. They're just like, oh yeah, ghost words. I'm like, oh, okay. Got some ghost words going on. Great. Let me some ghost words.
Okay, so the salt can be helpful to let you know where the ghost is. It just footprints happen, but it's not one of the evidence tags. It can just help you narrow down where the ghost is. Gotcha. In the game. So, like, what about, like, motion sensors? Like, ooh, this motion sensor went off while we had, like, a static camera where nothing was in the room, right?
Yeah, or little, like, oh, this toy works when you touch it because it completes the circuit or something, right?
Sure, yeah, any sort of motion sensing thing.
I mean, all that stuff is just random. All of those, like, oh, it needs something to touch it to do. Like, it just needs something to complete the circuit. So many things can do that. Like, even a solar flare can do that. And I don't know what to tell them, you know? It could be done by so many things. Just a bit of static electricity building up can cause that to go off because it completes a circuit. We're talking EM fields, which we're constantly surrounded by. There's all sorts of conductivity. Yeah. Just a bunch of nonsense.
Oh, there's that. Okay, so you're actually, like, getting money to buy things in this game. You're not just finding ghosts. Yeah. Any other ghost equipment you want to rail on?
Well, we already went over the flashlight, the mag light.
Yeah, we went over that a little
but
bit.
I'll come back to it. We didn't
Really?
crap on it enough.
Uh-huh.
We've spent enough time believing ghosts are real. Let's crap on this now.
Alright.
Let's shift to full crapping on.
Okay.
So the mag light thing, the idea is that you turn that mag light into a state where it's in between on and off, and it can just randomly go on and off. Well, the thing about that is, all it takes is just a fraction of heating or cooling of the mag light coils that are connecting to create the circuit that lights the light. All it takes is just a little heating or cooling of those coils to create the connection or end the connection.
And that will occur
Or
with
just-
the electricity in the battery.
Oh, well, as it's used, it can heat up and expand and then change the state because something moves a little bit, or just vibration.
From walking around.
So here's how, like, vibrations are happening all the time. We might not be able to pick up on it. A story from our real lives that you and I both experienced. A few years back, I think this is now about 5 years ago, there was an earthquake.
Our
Michigan.
area does not get earthquake.
We live in Michigan. Our area is not an earthquake zone.
Center.
We don't really ever get them. And
I am medicinal shy. I am reading what you're saying. I'm just not interrupting. Like, it's about the game.
gotcha.
So I'm clocking that info in my head. But you can keep talking.
Good to know. And both of your parents, and one of my parents, all said they felt it.
The earthquake.
That they were like, oh yeah, I felt that. And, we knew there was an earthquake, all the seismometers registered it, so there was definitely an earthquake. 100%.
We didn't feel a thing.
We were out and about. There was a group of us together. We were all in the same place. Outside. We didn't feel anything. Don't know why. There's a multitude of reasons why we might not have felt it. Did that mean that the earthquake didn't happen? No, it did happen. We just didn't notice it. There's all sorts of vibrations that happen. Like, just that alone. Even a truck rolling by.
Mm-hmm. And not all these haunted locations are, like, deeply removed from think. They're like a building on a street
Yeah.
in a popular part of town. Sometimes.
Highways, just their existence creates huge amounts of vibration. That's just present, and if you're there for a while, you're just going to ignore it. But that doesn't mean the little coil inside the flashlight isn't. Like, it's still acting on it. So, the Maglite thing, it's a load of crap, it's completely random, and doesn't prove anything. Because
those low-level vibrations also contributing to evil.
Yes. Orbs. So this is kind of on the cameras. Orbs.
As a quick side note,
Yeah.
low-level vibrations also proven to mess with the human brain, make you have hallucinations and feelings of paranoia and being watched. We've studied it in labs, and low-level vibrations do that. So if you're in an area, especially like a basement or underground area, there's generally an increased level of those low-level vibrations that you can't actively hear, but do screw with you, which is why certain areas where ghosts are seen a lot, like basements, if you go in and you measure low-level frequencies, they might have a higher incidence of those, which is why people see them more often. Although a ghost hunter would say, yeah, those low-level frequencies are down there, and that's what's helping the ghost manifest. Taking it in the opposite direction of the scientific take on it.
Okay, well, we know that this environment has a certain effect, and then just go, yeah, and that's what helps make the ghosts real.
So I just wanted to add that quick aside before you moved on to what were you moving to?
Orbs.
Orbs, yes. Go ahead.
So, orbs, for the uninitiated, orbs are
little balls of light?
Little balls of light that appear in pictures and video.
But not to the naked.
And they say, that proves ghosts. The spirit. That's a spirit. Not anything. It's just a mote of dust or an insect that's at a point where the camera isn't focusing. All of these cameras are set up either with a manual or an autofocus. And if it's set up with a manual focus, that focal point where the lens is focused, the depth that lens is focused on, meaning how far away from the camera. Is it 1 feet, 2 feet, 3 feet? Is it 15 feet? Where the camera has focused its gaze. That's where things are going to be in focus. Anything outside of that particular depth of field, it's going to be further and further out of focus. That's why if you can do this yourself. You can take your camera on your phone, go into your camera, hold a piece of paper like 6 inches away from your camera. Is going to have a hard time focusing on it. Some cameras might be able to. And if you have that happen, hold it closer. Get an inch away. See how well your camera focuses on that. What does it do? Now, all that's going on with these orbs, it's just a little bit of dust or a bug, something that's out of focus, out of the focal range of the camera, going by before either it has a chance to shift with like an autofocus feature, or that autofocus feature might not even pick it up. It might just go, whatever, I don't care.
And then there's also the argument of like, well, it couldn't be dust because that's going upward. And dust goes downwards with gravity, but graphs move dust up all the time. And if you're like, that's an unusual angle for it to be going, that's because a lot of people don't interpret it moving also in a 3-dimensional space, only a 2-dimensional space. So sometimes when something is going up and towards the camera, it might look very different on an unusual path than if it was just going up and down vertically.
Oh, it's moving way too slowly or quickly or something.
It's also why convex lenses are so unsettling and aren't natural.
Correct. And that was a comment from who?
Yep.
About convex lenses. There's all sorts of things that the brain just doesn't quite understand, you know, and how it's moving through three-dimensional space. Because when you're watching something on a television screen, it's moving in a two-dimensional space. That's it. It can move left, right, up, and down. Those are the only directions it can move on a TV screen.
Mm-hmm.
Because we haven't figured out how to convey depth on a TV screen. So, I mean, orbs are just one of the most annoying ones because people, it's spirits. You've come from beyond the grave to tell us that no, you're just nuts.
And then there's always a spirit medium.
Yeah, I hate mediums. They actually make because they are grifting. They are preying on people's grief
Or fear.
and fear and sadness. They're preying on people's emotions.
Whether intentionally or not, that's what...
And it's always intentional. It's always intentional. These folks who tend to be mediums, they are doing a technique called cold reading. You can learn to do it. And
Traumatize your friend.
yeah, you can mess with people, or you can scare them with cold reading because most people don't know how it works. They don't know the technique. And that's how like magic acts.
A lot of magic.
Like
psychic act.
And every magic act relies on the lack of understanding.
Yeah.
You know? Well, because if you understood how it's done...
And to a certain degree, the limitations of human perception as well.
Yeah.
So, like, a lot of misdirection techniques and stuff in magic rely on the human brain not able to parse more than one thing at a time. For example.
People think that you can
multitask.
Focus on more than one thing.
But you can.
You cannot. You can't focus on more than one thing at a time. You just can't. And there's some really basic things that prove it to you. If you tell someone...
Like, if I was focused solely on drawing...
I think you're doing a great job with drawing. But go ahead and you can look these experiments up on there's YouTube videos that prove this, the limitations of human observation and how much information.
And they use like eye tracking and things like.
They don't even need to do that. They'll do things pretty simple, like set a stage, set a scene, right?
Oh yeah.
And they'll say that they will just tell you, hey, I want you to tell me how many times you can find the letter R in this scene. And it's like a shot of kind of a junkyard or something, and they've placed a bunch of letter R's around, and you're sitting there counting them. And then they'll tell you, did you notice the clown playing trombone in the middle?
And then they'll do a playback.
And then you can go and watch a clip, and there's a clown that walks out, plays a few bars on the trombone, takes a bow, and walks away. And you don't notice because you're not looking for it.
I think especially when they give you a task.
Exactly.
I think the famous one is there's like a bunch of dancers, and some are in like red and some are in blue.
Yeah.
And they say like, how many times do the dancers in blue like jump or something? Can you count how many times? This is to test your observational skills.
Yeah.
right? So you're sitting there watching the blue dancers jump or whatever task it is. And they have like a person in a rabbit costume walk through from backstage, stand in the middle, and then leave in the middle of it. This is a really cute photo.
And you don't even notice.
And they'll then ask people like, "Hey, who noticed the rabbit?" And there will be people who notice the rabbit
because
they weren't doing the task.
Yeah, they decided,
the counting task.
I'm not going to count. Other people are counting. Whatever.
And they'll notice the rabbit in that case, but then like a large portion of the audience will not have seen the rabbit at all.
Yeah, that's kind of the trick here. Is that humans' ability to focus on something is limited. That's how all magic tricks are based on. Is that you can't focus on two things at once. You literally can't focus on two things at once. So they just have you distracted with one thing over in their right hand, while the whole trick is being done on the left.
Yeah, it's misdirect.
Yeah, that's really what it is. And cold reading works in a similar fashion. That cold reading,
it works a lot on confirmation bias, right? Or
it does work a lot on confirmation bias, because, and that's why it's even easier to do with a group. And you throw out a name like
Jeff.
I'm getting a Jeff here.
Does anyone
have a Jeff? And like, it's such a common name.
Or and then they'll move on, like, I'm getting a Jeff, or something with starting with a J, a Jeff, a Jan, a Jacob.
And they're like, I know a Jeremiah. Jeremiah.
That's it. Yeah. That's what I've been getting.
Yeah. Or they're like, I'm getting an object.
Your son's name was Jeff. Exactly. Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah. And then they play into that. And what they do is they ask questions by saying, I'm getting. Like, I'm sensing some sort of sport.
Like, did something happen with a sport? Maybe something involving a ball.
He used to play football. Oh. This is why mediums piss me off. Because they convince you that they told you something that they could never have, when you told them. You told them something.
Not to mention the most unscrupulous of like the TV mediums have actually been a lot. They've been shown through investigation that they will mic and record people talking before the shows and things like that to get specific information, because they'll have people in the like waiting area who are like, who are you hoping they're gonna contact today? And they're like, oh, I really hope I can talk to Jeff, you know. And they'll have gathered information beforehand for some of these TV shows to give themselves like, I'm gonna call out Jeff because I know someone in the audience is actually looking. Yeah, they do. Like, here's a questionnaire. Tell us who you want to talk to and what they like to do. Is almost exactly what some of these shows would do. And then, you know, they'll go in with pre-knowledge of what they're trying to do. Or like, let's say you're going to a house where you're like, I'm gonna look for like, you can look up this information, be like, someone has a haunted house, they think there's a ghost in their house, and they're calling me, the medium, in to do a research. It doesn't take much Facebook work to find out that they just recently had a father named Jeff who passed away a month ago, and all you have to do is Facebook their profile and see the in memoriam post that they made a month ago, you know. And then you can walk in and go, I'm getting like a Jeff here.
Yeah,
there's a Jeff and he wants to know that he loved you know. And they're like, oh my god, it's my father Jeff.
John Edward. I looked him up. I couldn't remember. He was the most famous of these TV mediums. Oh, what a crap. And it wouldn't be quite so bad if someone used this cold reading ability to like bring healing to people.
And that's what they'll often tell themselves.
And do it completely for free. To completely free of charge, give them the gift of healing. But mediums always want to charge.
Also, like, what's healing about, like, thinking that your dad Jeff is in some limbo space and you have to talk to this asshole to speak to him? It's just, I always feel like the healing properties of talking to a dead loved one isn't healing, it's just putting off grief. It's attempting to...
there are some things that, like, get a big fight.
And you wanted to say
and
you're
they say
sorry.
you're sorry. You know.
To give you some closure or something.
Yeah, I think that could be healing. Something like that.
Possibly.
But there's, I forgive you for this. We didn't get to have that conversation. We didn't get to talk about it. That sort of thing.
Yeah, I guess I could see that.
That could be. Other than that, nothing. There's just nothing. There's no healing. And that's why...
that's comp therapy.
Yeah, exactly. That's why these mediums are such garbage. Because they prey on people, they take their money, and they do nothing for them. And it's just taking their money. Makes me really sick. Like, that's what I respect about magicians. Proper, like, stage magicians. Or even, like, street magicians. Like, what they're doing is giving you a little moment of fun.
Yeah, they go, I played with your brain and entertained you.
And a lot of them will just, like, I'm gonna fool you, and you're gonna have no idea how I did it. And you're like, okay, sure, I'm gonna pay attention, and you're not gonna get me. And then they get you. And that's what's fun about it. And they're just like, I'm gonna mess with you. I'm gonna tell you that I'm gonna mess with you, and I'm still gonna be able to mess with you. And you're like, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. And then they do, and they successfully do it, and they're like, and here's your wallet, and your keys, and also your wedding ring, and stuff. They're like, how did you do all of that? And it's because they're, like, really good at that job. Like I said, that is fun and honest.
Yeah.
Because they're like, I'm just messing with you, having a little fun here, Yeah.
It's basically just like being a con man / pickpocket without the, with consent.
Yeah. Shy Guy says, show me a medium who can give their loved ones a lost pie recipe, then we might have something. Yeah, if you can tell me the recipe that, my lost loved one, who never wrote it down, ever wrote it down, you can tell me that, and then I go and make that exact recipe. It is exactly right.
Or you're like, here's a string of numbers and letters that we're both going to memorize. Like, yep. Lexi, you and me are both memorizing this string of 14 numbers.
Committing it to
memory and then never uttering it again. And in the event one of us dies, we will, as a ghost, look for every medium possible to transmit those random 14 numbers and letters we both memorized to the other one, who will never speak it as long as they live, unless they hear a medium tell them that this spirit is telling you these number sequences, and I don't know what that's about, but that's what it is.
There's actually been several famous people who've done that.
Yeah.
I don't know if
but yes,
sure.
Consensual conning is what magic is, and it's fun.
Shy Guy again. I need my mother's social security number, so we can handle these end-of-life documents.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I don't know where her card is.
It's a mess.
Messed right now. Dad doesn't remember.
She didn't write it down.
She didn't write it down anywhere. No one. I don't know for sure, but I want to say that Houdini actually did this.
Right.
He committed something to memory with his friend, and they were supposed to seek out any medium that they could that would tell them what this is, right?
Sure.
And they would.
Who knows what it was? A phrase.
Yeah, and they had this phrase between them, and only they would know this phrase. No one else ever knew it, and of course, none of these mediums ever could.
Right.
And I think it was again Houdini.
I don't need catharsis. I have to deal with taxes.
I think it was actually Houdini. Yeah, hang on a second.
Checking our phone. Probably a political.
Yeah, it's another political poll. I think it was actually Houdini who went to see a medium, and the medium said, "Your mother says this and this and this and this and oh, just," and he was just sitting there like, And after a couple minutes of this, he goes, "Well, that's all very interesting, because my mother didn't speak a word of English."
Like, she only spoke Bulgarian or whatever it was, like...
Yeah.
So
mediums are crap.
Yeah. And then they're like, oh, well, the ghost was translating it through the magic of psychic stuff. Like...
We've got on the house phone. They're leaving quite a message.
Quite the message about whatever political thing they're doing. So, yes, ghosts, spirit mediums, nothing ever really, like, just, I don't know, it's so full of grift and people looking to fuck too.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of crap.
Netflix is adding extra user fees to try and dissuade people from sharing accounts.
Nice. And Netflix is again crap.
Is it tradition? Time for some binging and snip snip. Or is that you cutting the cable line? Just cutting that pepper.
The ghosts. I'll tackle my personal favorite of the ghost hunting pool.
Oh yeah,
As we're
rounding
nearing
up.
the end.
We're
of days.
closing in.
And what an interesting stream. We've never done something like this.
No, I like it. Just something visually happening of me drawing while we chat.
So the most interesting is one that I hadn't heard of until recently. It's called like a REM pod or something.
Oh, the pod thing?
REM is a REM pod. So this is something that again purports to be
Like a motion heat detecting.
It has a thermometer. It's like heat sensitive. It can
electromagnetic.
It uses the EM field.
It's an all-in-one.
Yeah. So the idea of this thing is that relying on EM fields and temperature, it can tell you things about the environment, and claims that ghosts will be able to manipulate the EM fields to tell you that they are there through the REM pod, and that it can tell you if a ghost is close because the temperature changes.
I always like the idea, side note, of being like, Victorian ghost touch the mag light, and they go, the what? But go on.
Yeah. So it uses electromagnetic to do this is like primary manipulation. That it operates on the idea that a ghost could go up and touch the REM pod, like boop, and it would light up, and you would see it glow. So you place this down in an area, and
wait for a ghost.
Wait for a ghost to try to
bear,
call them up by interacting. Like,
bear trap.
Ghosties? Come on out, ghosties!
Touch my pod.
Touch my pod, ghosties! Got any ghoulies in here? Ghosties or ghoulies? Come on out and start
touching my pod.
fiddling with my pod.
No.
Ooh, ooh. Do we have another political call? Let me see.
Oh, I bet.
Oh, it's definitely another call. I answer and immediately hang up. I don't feel like listening to yet another voicemail from them. So we have this REM pod, and ghost goes in there with his little ghosty fingers and
Fiddles with the pod.
fiddles with the pod.
Fingers the pod.
Fingers the pod. And then it lights up. But there are EM fields all around us all the time, just constantly interacting.
Naturally and artificially.
So, what I would like to see is, if they really want to take this seriously, right?
They being ghosts.
They being ghost hunters.
Sure, yeah.
Isolate this thing.
Right. Completely.
Put it in a Faraday cage.
Yeah, drop it in a Faraday cage. So that, unless you go, oh well, ghosts can't pass through Faraday cages because they're beings of energy.
Like, wait a minute, you mean to tell me that the beings from beyond the grave can't go through, like, a little bit of, like, foil? Like, tin foil's all it takes to stop them?
But they can pass through walls?
And they can go through a solid concrete wall, but a little bit of tin foil.
I'm just doing the ghost hunter.
Oh, I know. But because then it would isolate from possible results. It would cut it off. That's why you don't have the spirit box used out in the middle of a desert.
If you wrap your hand in tinfoil, you can ghost punch a ghost. Yes.
Yeah.
That has been proven.
I like that.
Just Ghost Fighter. That's my new TV show. I go in, cover my hands in tinfoil, punch my way through the old asylum.
I love it. I love the idea that you can just wrap your fists in tinfoil.
They're beings of energy.
Punch.
These have negative energy charge on them. I static them up good beforehand.
Yeah, just you know what? Walk through the asylum doing the windmill.
Yeah, like Bart.
If you walk into this, it's your fault. I'm spinning my hands around.
I don't want to punch you, ghosts, but you're the ones walking into my fists.
You walked into my fists.
That's how Ralphie trained.
Adrian, I punched a bunch of ghosts today. Adrian.
Adrian's been dead for 3 years.
Oh
no!
I've been having sex with the ghost.
Not again.
I would explain the ectoplasm.
Like, what a weird twist on Rocky.
Wait, Sixth Sense, Rocky.
Oh man, like, just
Sorry, I got off the pod.
The REM pod. It was just the REM pod. It's one of those things where, okay, you might have like like jumping back into thought experiment for a second.
Ghosts are real.
Ghosts are real. This might be something you can interact with, because in theory, you could create a little sensor that picks up on EM fields and wrap it completely in a Faraday cage.
And then if something enters inside that Faraday cage, it would be.
Yep. Like,
Sure.
might have something. Okay. But what if the ghost hunters never put it in a Faraday cage? And it wouldn't work, because ghosts can't go through the foil.
But we will set it next to a wall where there's definitely one.
Yeah. Like, come on, guys. Like, work with me here. Oh, ghost hunters. Mediums.
Come on.
Just a bunch of nonsense. I think there's 2 spots that need a little something.
Well, I'm still working, but yeah. I still
think
have
that-
like a whole nother episode to do on this guy.
Looking really good though.
What,
I like that. I like that it looks both happy and menacing.
Yeah, he's STAREMASTer.
Hey! I'm gonna eat your face. That's what he looks like.
I'm gonna do your favorite thing.
What? Oh, you're gonna do my favorite thing. You're gonna get rid of the lines.
I'm gonna hide the body.
Okay,
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I can just see Rocky saying, I find dead people.
I find dead people.
Are you ready?
Yeah, do it. That is terrifying.
You don't like it?
Oh my god.
You don't like it?
That's worse.
That's worse?
That's so much worse than before.
You don't,
It's just eyes and a mouth.
you don't like it.
Oh my god.
And Jeff.
That's so much worse. Now he's kind of happy. The other way is just like.
I think it's the line of the gums over
Yeah,
the teeth.
It is.
Maybe.
I mean, and the teeth, the mouth, and the eyes. Just oh my god. That is just terrifying. Do not want. Oh. I mean, put that up as like our spooky month image. Jesus. So I looked up Faraday cage because I wanted to see, is there a simple
Isn't Faraday also the guy who basically invented television? Scientist. Like he invented like the basis for television transmission.
The basis for it, I think so. I think he created the basics for wireless transmission. He wasn't the one who actually accomplished.
Yeah, who invented TV?
He was the one who who invented. So Faraday did create cathode
Okay.
and
Cathode.
electrode.
Which were used in TV.
Yeah.
I know it's not one guy created TV. Like,
I forget the people who created the first, like,
anyway, getting up.
just a little bit, not much.
Faraday invented parts that were used.
Yeah, he died in 1867, I want to say.
Yeah.
So he didn't invent TV, but he invented and discovered a lot of the principles that were used in electromagnetic transmission.
Yeah.
So as we invented radio, it relied upon his principles.
And just
Because we need to have electricity in mass. We had, the ability to harness some electricity.
Yeah.
But we didn't have major generators like that. And that's why Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, like, it relies on lightning for the electricity.
Yeah.
Because, like, we didn't have electricity.
Generation. And at scale.
Yeah. We could create small amounts of electricity.
We've actually had engines a long time.
Oh yeah, we've had engines for a very long time. A lot of them relying on steam. One of the coolest steam engines out there was, we found basically all these parts that could only really be used to create a steam engine in, I think it was a Greek temple.
Yeah, that was an ancient Greek steam engine that was like the steam chamber. It was like basically it heated like a bulb, a metal bulb.
Yeah.
And then it had like opposite facing pipes and it like spun.
Yeah.
Based on like the steam exiting the bulb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there were some other experiments with early steam engines that
The problem
could like actually open doors.
I mean,
into temples and like.
And the idea of a steam engine's
yeah.
pretty straightforward. The problem with harnessing it, energy thing.
Well, not even harnessing it as an energy thing. Harnessing it as an electrical energy.
Yeah.
And to do that, you needed to have a motor.
Yeah, electric motor was a big thing.
Yes. And the underpinnings of all modern electrical generations still rely on Nikola Tesla's invention of a brushless motor.
Mm-hmm.
That's still what we generate electricity with. The brushless motor. So all of that stuff, it doesn't hold up to examination with those, because these folks just don't know how it's used, what it does, how all this stuff happens and comes together. And you can't rule out a lot of things. Interactive devices, the people who build it don't even know how it would interact. Who Faraday tries to talk to the living after his death, but is thwarted by the Faraday cage.
Well, if Faraday cages do stop ghosts, what if we buried people in Faraday cages and then they'd be trapped underground?
Oh my, that sounds horrid.
Yeah.
Just like, hey, Garen, I want to be cremated. Get me the out of here. Like, I want to be gone. Rather than just trapped in the dirt, like, ugh.
Guess I'll do this.
I really wish I could be fighting Rocky right now.
God, I wish I could get punched by Sylvester Stallone.
So much better than being trapped to ground.
Ghost Puncher.
It sounds like a really, really dumb TV show.
Yeah, I know. That's the ghost fighting show.
Puncher.
We've scientifically proved we have minor electrostatic fields going through these metal gloves I'm wearing. They're not enough to hurt me, but enough to punch ghosts. And now I'm gonna punch my way through this abandoned hospital.
I'm gonna windmill my way through. Ghost, if you get hit, it's your fault.
Let's just say, ghosts, I'm glad you're in a hospital because you're gonna have a concussion.
A ghost cushion. Oh no, my ghost brain. Let's start a company that makes caskets with Faraday cages built into
So
them.
your ghost can't escape.
Oh my god, some people would buy that.
Yeah.
That's terrible. There's the people who want to freeze themselves to be brought back in the future when we've like overcome age and all that. Just what a horrible.
Yeah, that's really gruesome because the ice crystals, like,
You don't. I am not going to describe it on screen.
ice crystals don't mix well with biological cells, is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
So, that, yeah.
It ain't good.
Frozen mammoths don't thaw well.
No. No, they don't. There's a reason that we use a process called flash freezing.
Faraday cage cast for a ghost-free future.
Hi there. Do you ever worry about beings from the afterlife coming and haunting you forever? Especially family members that you really pissed off? Well, we
Do
at,
you owe dead family members money?
we at Faraday Caskets believe that we should be able to live a ghost-free. That's why we built all of our caskets with a Faraday cage included, so that a ghost can't escape. If you've got a loved one or friend that
Overbearing or annoying.
you just really want to make sure never comes back, consider Faraday Caskets for your eternal prison. This is dark.
Yeah.
This is like the Pokemon economy dark.
It is Halloween.
Oh, so on stream, since we're about to wrap up, what should we do for lunch?
Oh, you want?
Yeah, let's figure out what we're gonna do.
I don't know, punch a ghost.
I mean, that's a laudable goal, but it's not really food.
It feeds the soul. A fish sandwich. So, here is STAREMASTer, the Beholder, and his friend Jeff, of course. I think we're gonna probably be cooking something.
StareMaster. I hadn't seen the like font you use. I love the effect and everything on
It's
it.
not a font, I drew it. I wrote it.
Oh, you
my hand.
you just wrote that?
Yeah.
That was awesome. Like, it's great.
And then I put some effects on.
Yeah, I love it.
So, STAREMASTer the Beholder is coming along, obviously, and we have a new friend, Jeff the Saurus, with his marbles, hanging out with STAREMASTer. I probably have one more session left to finish this guy. I have to do highlighting, and I need to do, like, I want to give little add-ons, like portraits.
Oh yeah, you got to give them a little bit of a message.
Yeah, I mean, it's an ancient beholder. I might mess with the teeth a little. Anyway, we're gonna figure out what we're eating. We do this stream. I do this stream, and apparently Lexi does too when it has an interesting topic. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
There's a few people that, yeah, there's actually a fair number of people that listen to this as a YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't live stream. They listen to every show and come back and like it. This is gonna be a very strange episode.
Yep. It's basically a podcast. Someone talking bullshit. Or, you know.
Yeah.
And you can tune in live Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 10 a.m. Eastern to 2 p.m. Eastern, approximately. Otherwise, we have it on YouTube. If you're on any of those platforms, like and subscribe and follow and buttons, good buttons for us. Do those things. And check out our main D&D show on Sundays at 2 p.m. Eastern. We have a Patreon at DysonDungeons.com. And we're currently, if you're watching this live, doing a giveaway. You can find out about that on our social media. It's for the alternate art cover set of 3 books for Spelljammer. Those are, if you are interested or want to tell your friends about it, go to our social media and share that with everyone you can. We would appreciate it. Yeah, so maybe we'll see the conclusion of STAREMASTER the Beholder this Friday. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. We'll get to refining this Friday. Yeah. You want to add anything?
No.
Punch ghosts.
Yeah. Go punch some ghosts. Bye, everyone.